Go! Go! Ah. Quick! Go! Go! Ka! Ka! Ja!
Whoa!
Stand still! Ka! Ka! Quick! Go! Ka! 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 Go! Go!
Hey, Hans! Back already, Hans? I thought you'd be gone a lot longer.
Do we know each other?
Of course. It's me, Joachim. We met in Gutenberg. We had that row about who had the right to a better pitch at the market. We nearly crossed swords at the cattle market in the morning. But come evening, we were getting boozed up together at you more than me, I reckon, seeing as you don't remember.
I'm not Hans. I'm Henry.
Yeah, right, Hans. And I'm King Sigismund.
Where is it exactly I'm supposed to be coming back from?
You said you were off to Germany to sell your wares. I gave you some trinkets to see if you have any luck hawking them for me there. Didn't you go in the end?
You're a trader, then?
Not quite, Hans. Just a plain old huckster, like yourself.
How's business?
It's been better. Luckily, there are still enough people in Gutenberg who aren't living hand to mouth, but they still chafe at the prices, even though I haven't put them up in years.
Where do you get the goods you sell in Gutenberg?
Wherever I can, Hans. Wherever I can. Every now and then I meet a merchant on the road who's happy to trade with me. Other times I bump into a craftsman in some backwater who makes quality stuff that doesn't cost the earth. So I peddle my wares around the country.
I'm curious to see your wares.
Wares? Trinkets and baubles, more like.
Quick! God! Oh, I can't go any further. It's too deep.
Come and hear something you won't believe. I've traveled the whole world, and now I will tell you the amazing things I've seen and experienced. In the south, I saw a land without end, all covered in sand, hot and dry with no fresh water. The people there call themselves the Blemmies. They have neither head nor neck. Their face is in the middle of their belly. And these Blemmies breed horses with huge ears and birds born out of mud. In the north, there's a land all covered with snow and rocks, where it's always night and green stars shine in the sky. There I saw some strange water monks who have fins instead of legs and fleshy cowls on their heads. If you want to hear more, give me a groschen or two. I won't even turn down a bit of soup.
Everyone should hear this.
That pisses me off too.
I'm sorry.
Christ, pardon me.
Were you at the last mass? I didn't see you there.
Just as...
You silly doggy.
Quick! 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 I have to go back. No, I shouldn't leave now.
Это что, отсылка на Белоснежку и 7 гномов? Семь кроватей. Окей. Сломал волка. Помнил этот лагерь.
Go! Go! Da! Quick! Quick!
Неплохой схрон. Весьма неплохой. Немножко поднимает заметность и видимость, но зато обаяние становится больше.
Greetings to you. How can I help you, sir?
Is there something interesting around here?
You mean besides the army camp on the...
Something tells me you're not exactly happy.
What can I tell you? As soon as the army appeared in the county, the folk of Apatovitz were doomed.
What do you mean?
It used to be a peaceful village. Everyone minding their own business, helping each other. And have you seen what it looks like now?
I just saw remains of an abandoned village. It wasn't a pretty sight.
Exactly. A deserted and empty place, with a burnt-out ruin where there used to be a...
The soldiers did that. Did they attack the village?
There was no attack. People just chose to leave on their own. I can't even imagine. You spend your whole life building something, but it's probably better than waiting for someone to come and take everything from you.
Who's responsible for the burned-out cottage and...
Devil only knows. Maybe bandits or some other rabble. Maybe they were looking for... or they wanted to take...
And why do you stay here?
I live away from the village, so I was spared the ugliness.
So you were lucky, weren't you?
You think? That one camp pillaged the whole county. They cut down a big chunk of the forest to build and to feed all those hungry mouths. They hunted down everything that moved. There used to be deer, wild boar, and hares. So many you couldn't count them all.
I think I'll go back to Apartovitz. Should I watch out for anything in
I
particular?
wouldn't do that if I were you. Who knows what kind of rabble has taken up Red...
Who lived there before? Did you know the people who lived here well?
You bet I did. There was an old man. We called him Honeypot. Everyone used to buy honey from him, but few knew that he made them. Damn. I miss that old geezer.
Who lived in the house that burned down?
That's probably the saddest thing of all. The young married couple. They didn't have much, but they worked hard to save up some coin. I really hope they've gone someplace safe. They should be taking care of their babes.
You're right. I shouldn't push my luck.
That's right. You're young, and it would be a shame. What would you like?
Show me your way.
I'd like to do something about that.
Sure.
Here, plus a bit on top.
Many thanks. I was glad to be of help to you, good sir.
Go! Go!
getting warmed up, you shit. Show you. You know. What do you want? Show your stuff.
Show what you're made of.
I've been waiting for you. You do a bloody pulp, fucker! We're going to gut you, you whoreson! You want to try me?
I've been waiting for you.
I'll put you to a bloody pulp, fucker. Come on, then. You swine! Alert! To arms! Show your stuff! Ha! We're gonna get you, you Hartson. I'm all yours. You want to try me? I've been waiting for you.
an opener!
Fuck! Another one!
Christ! Shit!
Ganging up on one man! Come!
Да, Барбос. Хорошо справились. Это мои повязки.
kick your ass. Fuck you!
Вот это топовая бляха. Такую я искал. Сколько их там? Я уже человек 10, наверное, убил.
We're under attack! Prepare to fight. Alert! To arms!
Come to take us out, have you? Not today. We're gonna gut you, you whore son. Show your stuff. Ah, a sword, eh? Ha.
There's more of us! You haven't a chance!
No, no.
I'm all yours! Hey, get him! You're gonna get you horson! Show your stuff.
Сколько там у нас еще, ребята?
It's a trap. Pray for a quick death, you bastard. Alert! Alert!
I'll sort you out nicely.
Leave him alone, you bastard! Show what you're made of. You're no match for us, fucker.
You want to try me? Wanker! Like that, eh? What the fuck was that? Do it! You wanna try me? Show what you're made of. Hey! Get him!
Это я машина, конечно. Для убийств.
Dwarves!
Ладно, еще пес. Блин, ладно. Не буду искать в этой траве трупы, чтобы плутать. Ну что, есть еще желающие тут? Да, похоже, что есть. Ты устроил здесь, конечно, бойню. Так, сюда соваться я уже не хочу. Куда бы дальше двинуть?
Ah!
I'm always glad to see polite people like you. God be with
You You have a kind master, eh, Doggy?
Good day to you.
God bless you.
Greetings.
Greetings, sir.
I heard you hold fights here, and I'd like to know more.
What would you like to know?
What fighters do you have here?
Stanley is the strongest. He works on the farm and's quite a big mouth on him, but he has the strength of 2 men. After him, Tuma, a farmer from across the way. He's quite a bit older than me, but don't let that fool ya. He has a steady hand and bloody good aim with it. And last and maybe least is Darling.
Darling?
He's kind of like the local buffoon. When he was a wee lad, he fell on his head from a rotting ladder. He takes care of his aunt's horses and dogs.
He doesn't sound like an opponent to be feared.
Because he isn't. He's quite a lout, but he doesn't know the first thing about fighting.
Where do your fights take place?
That old Chuchas.
And who might that be?
Chucho is our hog. We fight in his pen. He doesn't care.
I reckon I can find that.
I'm certain you can. Just follow your nose.
Can I get involved?
Why not? It'll be good to have some new blood, and maybe you'll learn something. Do you have any experience?
Well, I haven't won any tournaments here yet, but I've knocked a few people around.
Well, you'll see if that'll be...
And if I manage to beat them all?
Don't count your chickens before they hatch. Darling may be a bumbler, but Stanley and Tuma are no pushovers. Well, if you pull it off, you... It was good to see you, my friend. God bless.
Good to see you, friend.
So, Tobias, do you enjoy fighting?
Do I know you?
I'm Henry. Young Bruthans told me you're learning to fight.
Well, it's not going so.
You don't have to do it, you know. What do you get out of being beaten time and again?
I have to. I have to beat Stanley, so they'll leave me alone.
Sometimes it's best to explain things with your fists.
Only it's always me who gets the explanation.
Well, how about trying your luck against...
Why not? Do you have any money?
That sounds good.
Get ready, then.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Did you hear about what the bailiff is?
Кабан это в суде, что ли, тот местный?
Nor do I, but this is important.
I'm not interested.
But this is about money.
What? Go on then.
He wants to fleece us again.
Damn it. That's just what we need.
Exactly. We'll have to talk to the others this evening and decide what to do. It can't go on like this.
Why are you always picking on Tobias?
Just take a look at him. If he was any dumber, he'd be eating out of a trough with... Do you know he talks to animals? He talks to his mutts like they understand him. He'd be better off barking. But when we manage to get him drunk, now that's fun.
Tobias goes drinking with you?
No, but all you have to do is give him wine. And a little of that, and he's completely wasted. Then you should see the shit. The last time that idiot almost drowned. Because he went to fish the moon out of the... We told him it was a silver platter.
I'll find something better to do and leave Tobias alone.
Mind your own business. I reckon that moron doesn't even know when someone's yanking his pizzle. Lord knows if there's anything left in that.
Well, I lost again.
Thanks for the fight.
Yeah. Oh, and this is yours. now you can challenge Tuma. I like him. He's funny and kind.
Blessings to you.
You look like a merry bloke. What do you like about them?
I'm a simple man. I like a good laugh, and sometimes I like to punch someone.
That's it.
I swear, I do it because I enjoy it. That's not so straight.
Shall we fight?
But of course, and before we get started, let's bet.
If you say.
Thanks very much.
Come on, move!
Fuck you! You pull yourself a fight! Stumble! Fall down! I want it! Gosh, I feel like I've been split in half.
Thanks for the fight.
Aye, you're welcome. I should be thanking the big man on the sky that I can still walk. Here, take it all and don't spend it at...
Thanks.
If I hear about the woman with the 10 silver coins one more time, I'll scream.
Maybe we could sneak in some wine next time. That would make it more bearable.
Or just say sod it and not go.
What are you talking about? You want to go to hell?
Ha! Hell or a never-ending boring mass. What's the difference? Take care.
Do you want to fight?
Sure. Do you have money to bet?
Of course.
I'm glad to hear it.
You call that a punch?
You're boring me. Try a little. Who wants to knock you on your ass? I'll piss in your face.
What the blow you got?
Knock his teeth out!
You call yourself up. Give it all. Give it all you got.
Sacre! I reckon I cut off more than I could jig. You really know how to fight.
Thanks for the fight.
Here's your bet, and a little on top. I don't like giving it up, and don't forget to go and see Tomlin. His jaw's gonna drop when he hears somehow.
I beat all your men.
Well, I'm jiggered. But I'm impressed. Here you go. We know how to appreciate a good... Not long ago, I heard the hired hands in Miskovitz spend the long hours away by fighting. You can go see for yourself if it's...
That sounds quite good.
And in Kuttenberg, they fight in a tavern called the Hole in the Wall. The name suits it perfectly. So don't expect to be treated kindly.
That sounds worse. But I'll see.
Oh, by the way, Darling was looking for you. Go and see him. He'll be glad. Take care, friend.
Henry?
Do you need something of me?
Well, I wanted to ask you for something.
Pray tell. What's it about?
You wouldn't want to have another bout, would you?
Right now?
Well, yeah.
Why? I already beat you. And Tuma and Stanley, too.
Exactly. So I figured that if I beat you now, you'll still win overall. But if Stanley saw me beat someone that kicked his ass, maybe he'd leave me alone.
And do you think you'd stand a chance to beat me?
Well, that's just it. I'd need you to help me a little.
Look, wouldn't you rather learn how to fight properly? I'll be happy to train you.
I don't know if it's a good idea. Auntie says I'm a little slow.
Oh, you'll manage. Knocking someone's teeth out is actually pretty simple. And you've got the strength of 3 men. So there's nothing for you to be afraid of.
Well, all right. Oof, I can't anymore.
Me neither. Let's take a break.
Do you think I stand a chance against Stanley now?
Definitely a better chance than if you pretended to beat me, but still knew nothing. I'm not saying you'll beat him to a pulp now, but at least you should be able to hit back.
Thanks, Emery. You're a true friend.
You're welcome.
Hey, do you like horses or dogs?
Of course I do.
Me too. I knew right away you like animals. I can tell. Come see me in Grun sometime. I take care of the horses and hands, and I'll tell you all about them.
You said you could teach me something.
Well, I don't know much.
You take care of dogs and...
Aye, they're my favourite. They're kind, they don't hurt you, and when you're sad, they look at you with those big eyes of theirs. They don't...
You see? I'm sure you know a few tricks.
Can I have a few groschen for my trouble?
Of course. Tit for tat.
Thanks. So, what do you want to know?
I'd like to...
Can I?
Of course.
Thanks.
Well, how do you know when your horse is hurt? Or when he doesn't like something?
That's easy. If you let him, he'll tell you everything himself. Just not with words. If you've got the time, I'll teach you.
Look what I have for you. Aye, aye, you silly doggy.
God be with you. Keep the peace, and we'll stay friends.
How was your trip? The journey itself was great. No delays, nice weather. But I've got to say, I saw that.
Why is it open? I always close the door. Huh? Hey! You're not allowed here.
God bless.
I made it myself. You? Don't lie. Where would you have learnt how to do that?
Written about it
It's
here.
hard. Planks of wood remaining together.
What would you like? I'll have a look at the wares. I'd like to do something about... Here.
Many thanks. Thank you, sir. And come again.
Look at that.
Sick!
What was that?
To me! Another one! Get it from behind!
Calm down. Surely there's a reasonable explanation for this.
You could stick your reason up your ass. I told you something like this would happen. We never should have stopped bringing the offerings.
Your offerings are a blasphemy before God, and this is his punishment.
What's going on here?
As you can see, something slaughtered all these cows.
Not just something. It was that creature from hell. I saw with my own eyes how it fled back to its hole in the mine.
Give it a rest, would you?
I won't. What'll happen when that monster comes for us next?
Seems we've been fortunate running into you then, eh?
I'm Henry of Scallis.
I'm Marion, the local priest. You look like someone who knows how to fight and isn't scared off all that easily.
Tell me what happened from the beginning. What killed those cattle?
I was in my cottage when I heard such strange noises. It made my skin crawl. So I went out and saw this. And that beast what did it running away. How am I supposed to make a living now? These cows were my most treasured possessions.
What sort of strange noises did you hear? Can you describe them in some way?
It was like someone dragging chains along. Neither men nor wolves make, and demons carry chains so they can catch sinners with.
And what about you? Did you hear it too?
Unfortunately, no. I was in the church when Vladimir sent for me, saying they'd found those carcasses.
Didn't you say you saw someone running away from here?
Not someone, but something. A monster from hell itself.
Just an old wives' tale.
I swear by all that's holy, the beast ran from here straight back to the old mine.
Couldn't it have just been an animal? Maybe a wolf or a boar?
Can't you see my poor girls here? What kind of wolf would leave wounds like... Oh, and the monster ran on 3 legs.
3 legs?
Aye, as sure as my name's Vlad...
What did the beast look like?
I only saw it from afar. But before it got lost in the thicket, I saw its giant pointed snake.
You mentioned a pit of hell. Is that located somewhere around here?
That's just a local fable.
It's no fable. In the days when silver was mined here, terrible misfortune took place. A pit to hell itself opened.
The mine shuttering fell apart and the gallery collapsed. That's all.
Shuttering my arse! It was a pit to hell! Shuttering don't just blow up on its... But hell didn't scare good old Father Richard, so he set off into the tunnels and struck a deal with them demons. Ever since then, we brought food to the mine for them every second Sunday.
Father Richard was a crackpot. You're lucky to finally have a normal...
A priest who forbade us from bringing the offerings, and now...
Has anyone actually looked around in the mine?
Only old Father Richard. Nobody else has ever had the courage. The very mine shaft stinks like hell itself. So we only ever lower a bucket.
After the cave-in, the miners left to work in Grund. Seems they no longer felt the vein was worth.
When did all this happen?
It's got to be at least 5 years now.
And you've been taking food there ever since?
That's right. And nothing's ever happened until now. All because our new priest here forbade us from bringing off...
Where's Father Richard now?
He returned to his maker not long ago. And now I preach here in his place. The moment I caught word of that foolish superstition, I put a stop to any offering.
And you can see what that caused.
It's only happenstance. This isn't the first, nor the last time that wolves dare to venture into town.
Vladimir's right. It doesn't look like it was the work of wolves. I don't know what could have done it, but wolves don't make those kind of wounds.
You hear that, Father? And that's coming from someone who's been out and seen the world.
Tell me something about yourselves, so I know who I have the honor of speaking.
Well, like I said, I'm Marion, and I come to Old Kutna to preach.
Aren't you, a bit young for a preacher?
I finished my trivium at Prague University last year, and I wanted to continue. But my father decided I'd had enough. So now I implement my theological learning in this lovely county.
I'm Vladimir, the mine foreman. I'm the eldest of everyone here, and the people actually respect me.
This whole thing is very odd. How do you want me to help?
The massacre of those cattle is a horrible thing. But the heresy that's been tolerated here on account of the former priest is even worse.
Old Father Richard would chase you...
Marion may be young, but he's still a priest, and he deserves a bit of respect.
Thank you, Henry. Since you're the only one here uninvolved, I'd like you to go into the old mine and discover...
And while you're there, take some peace offering with you.
What am I to do with you? All right. You'll do just as those wretches did before you, and then wait to see if any...
Wait for demons! You want to send the poor...
Don't listen to him, Henry. Faith in God will protect... But before you go through the mine, we'll have a look around the village. Then we'll all meet at the entrance.
Привет, Алексей.
All right, I'll help you. But what about the offering?
A bit of food will do. Here you go. We always lowered the food down in a bucket. The main thing is not to go down the...
Don't be frightened. It's just an old shaft.
You'll find it to the west of here. The whole area is deserted and most of the entrances are blocked off. You go past the mine buildings until you reach the one that's collapsed to the... Good luck, lad. You're going to need it.
God be with you.
I'm sorry!
Блин, этот заяц никак не с экрана не пропадет. Неужели?
My God! Why are you all covered in blood? What do you want?
I decided to atone for my sin.
For you, it's a necessity. Without sincere repentance, you will head straight into the arms of Lucifer, the fallen angel.
I changed my mind.
I'm truly sorry. Till we meet again.
Quick! Ja! Go! Quick! Quick! Whoa, whoa.
Ugh. It really does smell like hell here. Might there be some truth to the stories?
Oh, Jesus. What a diabolical stink. Ugh. All right then. Let's see if we can't lure the devil out.
Ну, это было предсказуемо, что он сейчас упадет. Таинственный рыцарь.
What the... Where am I? And where did all my things go? Jesus, what the fuck is going on here?
Начинается какой-то хоррор.
What's this? Did the knight write this? Taras Mura. What in God's name happened here?
Не могу спать, бесы обступают меня. Стоит лишь стежить веки. Жена, обреченная в солнце, имеющая в чреве дракона, пожирающий ее младенца, огонь и кровь в стенах, повсюду голоса, они винят меня в своей смерти. И убил их, и сошел во тьму. Шторм снова заметает снег, не могу спать, дьявол грядет, и смерть следует за ним. Угу. Факела у меня нет.
Shit. There's no way through.
Капец, и чел тут живет 5 лет.
More entries. Also written by the night? The pit to hell, and that knight is guarding it.
Я замерз. Пришлось разобрать часть лесов, чтобы набрать дров. На руднике всегда холодно, но сейчас из штольни, куда мне спускают еду, идет ледяной сквозняк. Скоро выпадет первый снег. С тех пор, как я спустился в рудник, мое служение должно скоро закончиться. Я укрепил крестами прохода в руднике, и Бог мне помогает. Вонь, исходящая из дыры, не оставляет сомнений в том, что внизу преисподняя. Как он понатоился. Стою с твоим покорным слугой, Господи, и молю, простите мне грехи. Я Тарас Тура, что ли? Суть... Непонятно. Суть, что там Господин. О. Шинапс пока не нужен. Автосохранение.
some kind of contract. It must be important if he locked it away. The knight's been guarding this place against demons. It's written here that someone is supposed to come and take his place.
Капец. Почтенный пан Тарас Фура приносит рыцарский обед сторожить адскую яму в руднике Старокутной, не покидать штолен, покуда длится его служение. Обед может быть расторгнут лишь иным рыцарем, что под бременем покаяния прибудет на рудник и по доброй воле и клятве новым хранителем изволит стать. Новый рыцарь станет на тех же условиях сторожить врата в ад, а прежний хранитель вновь узрит небо и обретет любовь Божию, и все его грехи будут прощены в глазах Господа. В награду за сие рыцарскую службу местные жители обязуются каждый месяц составлять в штольне воду и пропитание. Зато в ответе приходской священник Старокутный, отец Рысек, обед сей приносит рыцарь Тарас Фура, первый стражник адской ямы, скрепляет его скромный слуга, божий пресвитер Рысек. Интересный тут у них штуки творятся. Первый такой криповый сайд-квест.
Who goes there? I am the shield of God, demon. I am Taras.
Тарас. Тарас, где мои шмотки?
Terribilis Deus, the sanctuary of Siwo. Here I am.
God, so many corpses. This is where the mining accident must have happened. And that stink. Could there really be a gateway to hell here?
Мои шмотки сверху, что ли? Странно. Что они сверху делают? О, меня тут уже кто-то ожидает.
Henry, what happened down there?
Who are these people with you?
Men from the surrounding homesteads. I told you I'd be bringing help. Now, tell us, what did you find?
I know this will sound strange, but a deranged knight lives down in the mine. He almost killed me, but I managed to get away. They were bringing the supplies to him, not to demons.
I told you that there would be an explanation from our world. No demons or devil.
And what if the knight himself came from hell?
Even you don't believe that. He's just an ordinary looter and parasite.
Quiet! Do you hear that?
Lord have mercy.
That's the hellish beast! It's him!
Ready yourselves, men. Henry, you too.
Shadows and flames. You brought friends, did you, Hellspawn? It matters not. I'll take you all on!
No! You've got it all wrong. I went into the mine as we agreed, and it's there that I ran into Sir Taras here. Sir Taras signed a contract with Father Richard. He was meant to guard the gateway to hell and receive regular supplies from the locals in return. When I first met him, I thought he was some kind of hellspawn. And he wanted to kill me, so I fled. I've got the contract here. See for yourself.
A contract? Well, I was sure all of this was mere heathen idolatry.
Father Richard never said nothing about a contract to no one. All he said was to provide food to keep the pit of hell quiet.
Maybe Father Richard feared you wouldn't listen otherwise. None of this, however, rights the wrongs committed by Sir Taras. Or are you looking to pardon him for slaying the cattle?
I have no need for pardons from you. I've spent years in the dark protecting you, ingrates.
Taras was left on his own with his oath. He was kept alive by nothing but superstition and the offerings you brought to pacify hell. And when the offerings stopped, Sir Taras thought you betrayed him. And so he sought his revenge.
I had no idea.
Like I said, only ignorance is to blame. But now everything has been explained. So there's no reason to seek revenge or continue your investigation.
I won't settle for that. Fall to your knees and beg for forgiveness. I want to hear it with my own ears. You owe me that much for all the years I spent down there.
An apology? After you slaughtered our cattle?
Quiet, Vladimir. Sir Taras is right. He deserves our apology. Sir Taras, on behalf of the entire village, we ask for your forgiveness and thank you for the sacrifice you made for us. Your services are no longer needed. I'll have the mine filled in, and you'll receive all that you require. A horse, food, and supplies for the road.
So, I'm finally free. I've fulfilled my oath and cleansed my soul before the eyes of God.
It's true, Sir Taras. Your sins have been washed away by your service.
Oh, thank you.
And as for you, Henry, you did even more than I asked. You've earned your reward 10 times over. Take this and go with our thanks.
And my thanks too, lad.
My pleasure, friends. I don't think anyone's ever going to believe this story.
Да, история, конечно. Капец. Мне еще спускаться искать это все мое добро. Слава богу, не надо опять снаряжаться заново. Оказывается, можно было еще записки найти. И может было бы все поинтересней в плане диалога. Что там написано? Я Тарасфура, слуга Божий, обетом связанный, стерегу адскую яму в роднике Старокутная. Пусть бесконечная тьме, эта запись послужит доказательством дней, проведенных здесь в служении... ну окей, это... Ничего интересного в этом письме нет. Зачеркивал дни. Да, жестко. Ладно, не буду там шариться. Сейчас заблужусь. Вещи забрал, самое главное. То мне почти 500 монет заплатили, да? Куда мне сейчас столько денег девать? Если я сейчас еще все свое добро продам, у меня будет, наверное, вообще 1012. Второй левел. Ну, хорошая тема. Засада. Учитывая, что я люблю с арбалета в начале. Кого-нибудь хотя бы ранить. Ветер в поле тоже норм. Блин, мне бы набор броника надыбать где-то. Вообще было бы шикарно. Да, любопытный, конечно, квест. Очень нестандартный. Так, может, здесь есть кузня? Нет, кузни нет. Хреново. Куда бы пойти? Куда бы пойти? Ну, раз я рядом, пойдем, наверное, в грунту. Поговорим с Боржиком, возьмем задание.
Good day. Did you get in a fight or what? There's blood all over you.
Не так уж много на мне крови. Визуально как будто вообще нет.
What's new around here?
Well, Zadmira Blacksmith had one too many a while back and told me some curious things. His wife was having an affair with Tomlin Brutons, but then she sent her Zadmir to rough Tomlin up. I've no idea how things are between them. Strange thing is, Zadmir's a big fella, but don't mention it to Zadmir though. He was all upset about it, but you could ask Kona, his wife. You might find out what's really going on. I also know Zadmir the blacksmith finally got himself a new apprentice. He was cursing for ages that he couldn't find anyone who could hold a... Maybe he'll be satisfied now. I also heard there are some disputes among the miners. I don't know what it's about, but I heard it has something to do with their traditional art. If you're interested, go and see the foreman Vlak in the black... And that's about it.
Interesting news. Thank you, innkeeper. What do you have for set? I'd like to discuss...
Well, that's...
How's this?
That's too much. You see? I was glad to be of help to you, good sir.
Praised be Jesus Christ.
Grosh told me over a few beers that you had a thing with someone from Horshan, and your husband got battered because of it.
Merciful Mary, so Grosh has been blabbing about me to God knows who. The shame of it. I'll have you know I did no such thing. I'm an honest woman.
My apologies. I'm merely repeating what I heard.
There's a powerful protective charm. It's a great rarity. But Tomlin Bruthans from Horshan has... The thing is, he sometimes wages it in...
I see. Now it all makes sense to me. So that's why your husband fought him.
Exactly. You see, nothing dishonest. But Stimir is feeling ashamed.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you want me to fight Tomlin and win the stone for you?
Well, yeah. And I know I'm asking a lot, but I prayed fervently to the Virgin Mary, and now you've shown up. Besides, by the looks of you, you have the strength of a bull, perhaps two. So she surely sent you to...
What is a thunderstone?
Well, they're formed when there's a violent storm with forks of lightning and peals. The biggest of these are thunderstones. They fall from the sky with a mighty boom and burrow deep into the earth. And if you're lucky, that's where you'll...
What does a thunderstone look like?
Well, from what I saw of Tomlin's, it's the size of a grown man's fist. Perhaps a tad bigger, sort of elongated and curiously shaped. It's flat on one side and has a round hole.
What can these stones do?
Well, lots of things. If you have one, it protects you from all harm. It also wards off and cures diseases. And if you put it into the rafters of your cottage, you'll be protected from fire.
Why are you so desperate for...
That's...
Look, if I'm to help you, I need to know what you're going to do with this stone. I don't want to get caught up in any...
This is no witchcraft. It's just... I'm afraid for my child. And myself. All my babies died shortly after birth. Bless their souls. And birthing is very hard for me. I nearly died last time. The stone has the power to help me and protect my next infant. That's why I want it.
All right. I'll help with your trouble.
Mary, Mother of Mercy, thanks be to the both of you. This means so much to me.
Save your thanks for when I bring it to you.
I shall. Don't you worry about that. We've got some groschen put by, so you'll be handsomely rewarded. I'm also on good terms with Hannah, so I could put a word in for you at the stud farm. She'll give a generous discount if you want to buy a horse from her. And I'll pray and intercede.
All right, you have yourself a deal. I'll go to Horshan and take on that Tomlin fellow.
God bless you. The Broadhands have a big farm. That's where you should find him. But be careful, and don't underestimate him. See you later.
You silly doggy.
Welcome, sir. What can I do for you?
Rumour has it you have a very skilled apprentice.
Matthias? That's right.
The lad has got a God-given talent. Just look at this dagger he made me. Have you ever seen such fine work?
Well, I have to say, I expected more.
What do you mean more, you bastard? Do you even know anything about smithing?
Well, I'll say. I've forged all sorts of things in my life. Daggers like that are 10 a groschen.
Know what, you master of masters? I bet my apprentice is a better blacksmith than you. What do you say?
How would a bet like that work?
You'll give me a few groschen as a deposit and forge a hunting sword. Matthias is just working on one now. And if you forge a better one, you'll get both swords and I'll give you back twice as many groschen.
And of course, you'll be the judge, right?
Well, of course. But I'll decide fairly, don't you worry.
And what if my sword isn't better?
Then you lose and I keep the groschen. What else? Am I supposed to stick them up my arse? Do you take the bet or not?
I accept. I'll knock you down a peg and make some money while I'm at it.
You haven't won yet, Master Blacksmith.
Ничего тесак.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Halfway there. Looks like it's almost done. All finished.
Greetings.
What will it be?
I brought you the hunting sword.
Aye, I saw you work. You shouldn't hunch over the anvil so much. Your back will ache when you're as old as I am.
Right. Thanks for the advice. Can we get on with our bet?
All right, all right. Wait here. I'll go and fetch Matthias, and we'll see which one of you is the better. Well then, let's see what you made.
Feast your eyes.
What about you, Matthias?
Here it is, master.
Let's see here. That's impossible. Such balance. I'm sorry, Matthias, but his sword is better.
What?
Listen, lad. You're wasting your talent here. If you're ever in Kuttenberg, ask for Nicholas Cromdell. He's the best armorsmith in the region. He might take you on as his apprentice.
Thanks for the advice. But where's my prize?
Here's your money.
Thank you kindly, master. And you, give me the sword.
What? Forget it. That blade of yours will fall apart any moment anyway. It may look nice, but if we're fighting with them, I'd slice you to ribbons.
Take a good look at me, you yokel. You really want to fight me? You might end up losing your head as well as your sword.
All right, calm down, mate.
We don't want any trouble.
I knew I must have misheard you. You said you were giving me your sword, and with pleasure, didn't you?
You can shove it for all I care.
A good day to you, too. And if you ever feel like holding another contest like this, I'd love to take part. Hey, you, it's Dimir. I need to talk to you about your fight with Tomlin.
I got battered, and I'm not proud of it.
Look, I want to help Kona get that stone, so I could really use your...
Ah, I see. All right, then. And thanks a lot for wanting to...
So tell me, how can I beat Tomlin?
Look at it this way. I'm bigger, so I thought that if I got up really close to him, he'd lose that advantage, and I'd use brute force to overcome him.
Sounds about right. Might do the same in your...
Well, yeah, it's a great plan. I tried a few times. But whenever I went to end during one attempt, he grabbed my hand, tripped me, and put me in a headlock. At which point all I could do was eat dirt in that pigsty where Tomlin likes to fight.
I could put a bit of iron in my glove. Then I'll strike him like an anvil. And if he's not expecting it, he'll drop like a stone. Do you have any?
Fuck me. I don't know where you came up with such a trick, but it's no use here. It's bare-knuckle fighting with Tom.
Bollocks.
So my advice would be to do exactly what I did. He looks a bit of a milksop at first glance. Keep a safe distance. Avoid making pointless strikes, and only and when, or rather if, you manage to grab him, pound him as hard as...
Sound advice. That makes sense. I'll try that. Do you believe in the power of Thunderstone?
Of course. How else could Tomlin beat me but with the Thunderstone is a rare and powerful thing. It's not a matter of belief. That's just the way it is. It's just like when you build a cottage or a barn. To protect against disease, you bury a pot with a few groschen and other small treasure to bring the farm good fortune. And on the roof, it's best to plant common house leek.
Wise words. When I settle down, I'll remember your advice, and I'll be sure to put house leek on top of my forge.
It was good to see you, my friend. What do you need?
I need... like to discuss the... Well... Do we have a deal?
That's almost... You see? I knew we'd make it. Excellent. Pleasure doing business with you, sir. What can I do for you?
What do you have? Word about the price. How's this?
Well, you see? I'm glad you found what you were looking for, sir. What you like?
What do you have? Let's talk about the Here.
Well, well. Thank you. Thank you, sir. And come again.
What do you have? Let's talk about the price.
Well,
How's this?
you'll... Finally. I was glad to be of help to you, good sir. I don't recall telling you to touch my lock. Can we sort this out on our own? Or do I need to get the bailiff involved?
We can work this out.
Shame on you! I'll call the guard!
You know what? No, you so much as try and get the guards, and I'll slice you up in...
Leave me alone. We'll forget about it. I won't say a word to anyone. Just go.
Excuse me.
What would you like?
Show me.
Pleasure doing business. Take care.
What do you have? Well, I'm about half done. Good. That looks finished.
feel much like moving somehow.
Вот это дамаг, вот это меч. 200 колющий, 190 режущий, 38 ударный. Я так понял, 4-й тир в прикованном мече Радска кобылы не может быть, потому что он уже именной. Окей. Сравним его с тем, что я нашел у Иштвана. А, так это он и есть. Получается. Я просто его улучшил. Еще можно его подточить. Где там точильная?
Sharp as a razor.
Во. Но дамаг что-то все равно меньше чуть-чуть, чем там было написано. Было написано что-то там 190. Ну ладно, 172, 163 тоже норм. Пойдет. Так, а чертеж у меня еще длинного меча есть. Что там у него по дамагу? Угу. Куда хуже. Даже если он будет идеальный 4-го тира, то у него будет там, ну, 160, наверное, где-то дамага. Окей. Здорово. Улучшили мечик. Можно теперь по квестам пойти. Так, набор броника не забыл. Так, а зачем я меч чинил свой? Он же вроде в идеальном состоянии. Ну ладно.
Go! Go! Ka! Quick!
God, praised be Jesus Christ.
Now and forever.
Excuse me, are you Bahuta by any chance?
That's right, I am. If you're here to right old wrongs, be my guest.
I don't need to right any wrongs. The devil sent me to see if you would rejoin his band.
He is free, and he still hasn't learned. Anyway, tell him I'm definitely not going back to that life.
Why don't you want to go back?
I want to reform myself, to redeem myself before the Lord God, and to earn his absolution. There is no way to do that if I am with the devil.
I'd like to find the rest of the devil's pack. Do you know anything about any of them?
Just Ranyek. It has been a few days since he was here.
Do you know where I could find him now?
Last time he told me he had a game arranged in Pshitoki. Maybe he's still there.
What did he want from you?
He was begging me for some coin. He said he had a game in Pshitoki and that he would definitely win this time. As always.
Ranyek still hasn't given up dice, eh?
That fella will never learn, and he's already lost everything. He won a really nice bow once, and he's had nothing but bad luck ever since.
Thanks. Hopefully I'll find him there. I'll be on my way. I probably won't convince you anyway.
Hold on. While you're here, we can pray for the devil's... God knows he needs it back.
We can, though I don't know if it'll help anything.
Every soul can be reformed if it so desires. And look at me. I used to kill, drink, spend nights with whores, but I learned that it was the wrong way. And
why all of a sudden?
Come pray with me and I'll tell you. Hey, how did you get involved with the devil anyway?
By accident. It was thanks to Jan Žižka.
So, you know Žižka too. Where from?
It's a long story. But if you came to the Devil's Den, I'd tell you all about it over a beer.
Nice try, lad, but I'm staying away from the drink. It's just not worth it. What do you think of the devil anyway?
I don't know. I don't know him very well yet.
It doesn't matter if you've known him a day, a year, or a lifetime. With the devil, you know who you're dealing with from the very first moment. So if you're hoping he's actually different, I can tell you right now, you're hoping in vain.
Where did you say you wanted to pray?
Right here, at my brother's grave.
Is that Slavek's grave?
You know my brother's name?
Aye. Kubienka told me about you both.
Aye, we were in the band together, but the priest was kind enough to let me bury him here.
Was that important to you?
It was. When Slavek was killed and the band broke up, I didn't know what to do. Father Havel put a roof over my head and showed me a completely different life than I had known before then. Together with my brother, I buried my past here and vowed over his grave that I would never harm another living soul.
This is where you want to pray for the devil?
Here is where I found reconciliation and peace of mind. Where else should I pray for the devil to find his own?
Why did you decide to leave everything behind and start a new life here?
Because of my brother. I was with him in his last moments. He was completely overcome with horror. I never thought he could be so scared.
But you must have been used to seeing death.
He did not fear death, but what comes next? He knew the kind of life he had led and everything he was responsible for. Now he's paying for it. It may be foolish, but I believe that if I reform myself before the Lord God, he might forgive Slavek too.
Don't you want to help the devil?
That's not up to me. He has to help himself. I can only pray for him.
Too bad. I was hoping I could convince you. So was the devil.
I thought you said you wanted to pray for the devil.
Oh, aye, all right. Let's pray for him together then.
Yes, that would be best. Aye, but it's Latin, so listen carefully and repeat after me. Pater noster, qui isn't careless, sanctify cater, or no man's tomb. Adventet ad rectum to whom, fet voluminous to her, seek it, inhale it, enter it. Your turn now.
You're saying it wrong. Listen. It goes like this. Pater noster, qui es in celis, sanctificetur nomen tuum. Adveniat regnum tuum, fiat voluntas tua, sicut in cielo et in terra.
All right, I know the rest. Panem most room. Quote, idi.
Panem nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie, et dimite nobis debita nostra, sicut et nos dimitimus debitoribus nostris, et ne nos inducas in tentationem, sed libera nos a malo.
Чел в шоке, наверное.
I know it too. That's all I can do for the devil, so you'd better get going now, eh?
Окей, помолились. Что дальше? Так, идем бить морду Томлину. Пока я тут рядом.
Good to see you.
Greetings, sir.
Hey, Tomlin. People around here tell me you have a...
People say all sorts.
They also say if I beat you in a fight...
Those days are... There was a time I'd put it up for grabs in I even had a couple of crafts, but everyone got a thrashing. Well, then I decided to retire. It didn't seem right. And my conscience was... Well, as for you, you've cut the locals down to size. But if those fists of yours are still itching, you could try your luck over in Miskovitz. Blood runs hot in those lads. And if you're as stupid as you are brave, there's a shit pit in the burg they call the Hole. They're hard as nails there. Fucked up if you ask me. But each to his own.
Look, that's all very well, but it's you I'm here to fight. For the Thunderstone.
Fuck's sake. You're a bleeding half-wit, aren't ya? Let's try again. I'm not fighting for the stone anymore. I found it. It's mine. I'm keeping it.
I'll buy the stone from...
It's not for sale.
But Kona from Grund really needs the...
Yeah, I know. And I told her, as I've told everyone else, not just anyone can find a stone like that. It wouldn't be right to give it to someone. That would be tempting fate.
I want to see the stone first.
You what? Don't you believe me?
Well, exactly. Everybody knows you have it, so why not show it to me? Besides, I've never seen a magic thunderstorm. I may never have another.
All right. Almost as smooth as glass and pointed at the end. It fits into your hand just right.
Wait, is this really it?
Of course.
I don't think it is.
Well, I think you know fuck all about it, and you wouldn't recognize a thunderstone if it dropped out of the sky onto your head.
Oh no, wait. I read something about that. How was it? A thunderstone, otherwise known as fulgur conditum, is an earthly mass struck by lightning, which then conceals itself within. This stone lies buried deep under the earth before ascending to the surface after 7 days. A round hole is punched in the stone itself by the thunderbolt. But your stone has no hole.
Oh, you're a scholar, are ya?
Well, I learned enough to spot when someone tries to hoodwink me with a rock they picked up in a creek.
I didn't mean to deceive you.
Stop fucking me around. I need to find the thunderstone. Do you have it or not?
I don't have it now. I really did find a thunderstone. And I had it right up until the other day. I didn't want word to get out because I'd look like a right fool. I'm sorry for leading you on. I didn't mean any harm.
Блин, здорово, конечно, когда твои навыки в чем-либо влияют на диалог. Становится намного интереснее.
And do you have any idea who might have stolen it from you?
If you ask me, it was that Hansel from Rabosh and his little mate Peter. They were ever so curious about it right before it...
And you didn't do anything about it?
Of course I fucking did. I went to wring their necks, but they disappeared like the steam from my piss. They must have seen me and bolted, which only confirmed my suspicions. And I don't have time to chase them around the countryside. I have the farm to take care of.
All right. I'll have a look for them.
Well, when you get to Rabosh, take the main road away from the fortress until you reach the food. There are hired hands there. And if you find the stone, please bring it back to me. I'll make sure you're well rewarded. You have my word. I was the one who found it, so it was destined for me. To mess with fate, we don't...
Tell me, how did you come by the stone in the first...
That's a secret.
If you came by it honestly, why be so secretive about it?
I'm not hiding anything. I'm just not one to brag, that's all. And until it's back in my hands, I don't want to talk about it.
I can appreciate that, but sharing a story isn't exactly bragging.
All right, then. I found it a couple of years back in a field outside Bilani. On the way to Wizard Quarry. You probably know the place. I was going to take a shortcut through the woods, but there'd been a hell of a storm about a week before. It tore off roofs, carried away some shepherd's huts, even toppled the tower on those fortifications at Gutenberg. And it very nearly flushed us out of here too. A proper act of God it was. Well, the forest was a complete mess, so I couldn't go that way. So I decided all of a sudden, I stumble over something. And what do I see? A thunderstone right under my foot. You have a kind master. Greetings.
Good to see you, friend.
I know you. We've met before.
Oh yeah, Hornet. That's not a name you forget in a hurry.
You're not wrong there. But your name seems to have slipped my mind.
Henry.
Oh, that's right. Exactly.
How have you been?
Did a brisk bit of business, I can tell you. I stuffed my purse to bursting.
Sounds to me like you might have stolen something.
Watch what you're saying. I'd never do that.
I was just teasing.
I've been known to take on shady work, true enough, but never any thievery. So, fancy a fight?
What was this great job you had?
I wound up in Grund, earning silver as a caravan guard. At first, me and a couple of others, but then they figured they were short of guard. They said it wasn't safe in the area, and that every extra hand they could muster. The perfect job for me, as long as they pay, right? So I did a couple of runs, a bit of loading, and made a nice pile of coin.
And that's how you could afford all this gear?
Exactly. I thought I might try my luck at the tournament in Kuttenberg. What do you reckon?
Always worth a shot. You're not exactly a pushover.
That I am not. We'll see then.
Let's do it.
Exactly. Now you're talking. What are we fighting for?
For money.
You're on.
That's my wager.
Ha! I can't wait to win.
That was a good fight.
Good. Very good. Perhaps I'll have better luck next time.
Жестко.
Here's your wager back. Thank you and take care.
Чтобы одним искусственным ударом закончить бой, это, конечно, круто. Ай да я. Ну и мичик, конечно. Дамаг прибавился у него. Было где-то 120 колющий. Стало 170. Такая нехилая прибавочка. Easy money. Как говорил Джон Коннор в «Терминаторе 2», когда грабил банкомат. Сколько у меня там уже денег? 7600. Not bad.
I need to find a Thunderstone, and I heard you might know.
Oh yeah? Who told you that?
Some wayfarer in a tavern.
Really? Which one?
In Suchtal.
Shit, so Andrew's already mouthing off.
Not Andrew. Tomlin over Horsham Way told me you pinched his Thunderstone. You and some Hensel fellow. So you better come clean before I let Tomlin beat the truth out of you.
Fuck me! So Bruthan's made you his lackey. As if that stone hasn't caused...
Watch your tongue. I'm no one's lackey. And you, go on. What happened with the stone?
We fucked up. And all because of that stupid stone. I wish we'd never taken it.
So Tomlin was right. It was you. Where's the stone now?
I haven't the faintest. It was all Hensel's idea and he had it on him the whole time. And before you ask, no, Hensel's not here. Andrew is holding him captive.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm missing something here, and it's not just the stone. So tell me, what the fuck happened?
We wanted to... Butcher Andrew Ramhead's band of pillagers. But that's easier said than done. So Hensel got the idea that we could borrow Tomlin Bruthen's magic stone from him to help us fight them like, but Tomlin wasn't having it, so we filched it without him knowing. And then set off after those, but everything went to shit. They caught Hensel and almost killed me. So, you come a bit late for that fuck. Not that it brought us any luck anyway. If I were you, I'd give it up as a lost cause.
How did your assault go?
Hensel led the way. There was him, me, and Stislav. We wore padded doublets and took hunting knives and axes. Stislav had a bow too. We got within earshot when it all went to shit. Stislav stumbled and yelped. Then they noticed us. We charged at them. Hensel up front with us. Arrows started raining down. They all missed Hensel, but I was shot in the arm. It hurt like hell. I was screaming and scared shitless. I met back here with They chased him, but he being so lightly dressed and them in armor, they couldn't keep up.
How many of them were there?
I'd say 5, 6.
You went up against 6 of them?
Of course not. We waited for some of them to go on patrol. That left just 3, though heavily armored they were. If we'd caught them by surprise, it might have worked.
Why did you want to kill them?
Why? To stop them doing mischief round here. We wanted to help the village. We could hide in fear and moan, or do something. And we also wanted to make a bit of a name for ourselves among the locals.
It was brave of you. You wanted to do the right thing. I would have done the same.
Not that it did any good, but thanks. All the folk here now take me for a fool. You're the only one to see it differently.
Where's Stislav anyway?
I don't know. He was a bundle of nerves after what happened. Packed up and left. I've no idea where he went, and I don't blame him. I'm not exactly doing great myself. It really pissed Andrew off, and now he's even nastier to the...
Who is this Andrew Ramhead?
A mercenary commander from King Sigismund. He's been ordered to guard the roads with his men. Or so he says. But apart from that, they also carry out raids, rob the people, mug merchants, and they make the peasants pay tribute. And of course, after our fuck-up, they've turned the screws, and another reason for everyone round here.
What about the Lord in these parts? I mean, there's a fortress here, so he must have plenty of men-at-arms.
Well, the Lord has decreed that no, he says it's better to put up with these fuckers than to flush, because that might raise King Sigismund's hackles and he'd only dispatch more troops. That's what I heard anyway.
Where can I find this, Andrew?
Are you fucking with me?
No. I'm sorry about what happened to you, but I badly need to find that stone. You don't just lose something like that. And from what you said, it seems I don't have much choice.
I'm telling you, that stone's cursed. Weren't you listening to me?
Can you hear yourself? You attacked a band of hardened mercenaries. Anyone else would have paid for that with their life, but not one of you was killed. Not to mention that this Hensel, the one with the stone, wasn't hit by a single arrow. But you were.
Sakura, I never thought of it that way. You know, you might be right.
You see? Now tell me where this camp of theirs is.
You'll come across some ponds between Raborsk. Near one of them, there's a fork where wayfarers sometimes camp if they're stuck. From that fork, follow the water downstream.
And that's where they're holding Hensel? The one with the stone?
Yeah, there. But if I were you, I'd stay off the path. You'll get to some rocks overlooking the mill. You'll have a bird's eye view of everything, but make sure they don't spot you. There's a good chance they've upped their guard after our attack.
Sound advice.
Look, what's your plan anyway?
Well, I'm thinking if I can find Andrew, I'll find Hensel. And then I'll finally get to the bottom of this shit.
Just be careful, because Andrew's a cunning fucker. Look, since you're going there anyway, I know I'm not in a position to ask you for any. Do you think you could rescue Hensel?
Why doesn't the local lord do it?
Because he doesn't give a shit, for Christ's sake. He cares nothing for the likes of us, understand? Hensel's just a stable boy who toils with his hands. No lord's going to do a deal.
And how, pray, do you expect me to do that?
I don't know, just something. Because if you don't, I don't know who will. Andrew's a greedy bastard. Some coin might do it. Or you could sneak in quietly and slip back out with Hensel.
How about I just kill them all?
I thought best not to suggest that. You know how we ended up. But, you know, whatever you think's best. It's just, they're pretty tough and well armed, you know.
I'll manage somehow. But the whole thing's getting so messy, it's almost like the stone's power is interfering somehow. But if I find a way, I'll help Pencil.
Thank you so much. May all the saints be with you, and I hope you have better luck than we did.
About your... Thanks.
do you want?
Swine! You pay for that!
Sick!
Show your
Come on then!
Enough! Leave me be!
You! Get out, now! I'm counting to 10! Intruder! Get over here!
I want to talk to Andrew Ramhead.
All right, you'll find the commander at the entrance to the encampment. But be quick, and no fooling around. You're mine! Do it! Enough!
Christ almighty, you stormed in on them like you were the Archangel Michael himself. Thanks for getting me out of here. Fuck, man, I'll tell you whatever you want, but not here.
Я всех убил, чел, куда ты бежишь? Нас никто уже не слышит. Ну ладно. Скрипт так скрипт.
You alright?
Yeah, I am. Thanks for rescuing me. You have no idea how grateful I am. All that aside, who are you, anyway?
Henry.
I'm Hensel, and I owe you big time, Henry. Though, in all honesty, I'm not sure why I was worth all that trouble.
Peter told me what happened.
Peter? Well, thank the saints for him. So he's safe and sound, is he?
In a manner of speaking. He got shot, but nothing serious.
What about Stislav?
From what I hear, Stislav made it out unscathed too. But what happened scared him so much he scarpered.
Sakura. At least he's alive. I was worried about them both. It's all my fault, you know. Oh, I dread to think what could have happened to him.
Listen, it wasn't exactly by chance that I ran into I was looking for you in the village because of the Thunderstone you stole from Tomlin in Horsham. Who, by the way, is royally fucking upset.
Well, I suppose I would be too if I were him. But I have to say, the whole Thunderstone idea was the stupidest I've ever had. It brought us no luck, no protection. Well, the opposite, in fact.
Let's forget that for a moment. What I really need to know is where the stone ended up.
You won't be surprised to hear. Ramad snatched it from me when I was captured. He didn't believe it had any powers, but he has a nose for money. That's all that matters to him. From what I heard, he sold it in Sukdal to some farmer's wife, I think he said, Mlada or something.
Sakura, that stone really is cursed. Well, there's nothing for it. I'm off to Sukdal.
Hold your horses. That wasn't the only thing There's this pond below Raborsh, right? And on the bank, across somewhere around there...
Well, they hid it all right.
What? You filched Andrew's stash? Well, good for you. Serves the bastard right. I was gonna cast an eye there myself, but I see there's no need to bother now. Well, thanks again for everything.
I'm still...
As you wish.
Tell me the whole story from...
Well, it just pissed us off how Andrew was always extorting and bullying everyone. And not just us, the local lord who did nothing about it. And everybody in the village. I knew about Tomlin Stone, and I thought that with its help, we'd help the people in the village. And so when he refused to give it to us, I borrowed it. Well, I was thinking we'd give it back as soon as we'd sorted it out.
And what about your expedition?
Well, first, we scouted the place on the sly, and then waited for some of his men. We armed ourselves as best we could, and made our move. From the top of that rock, we were almost there, but then Stislav stumbled or something. After that, everything happened so fast. I hollered and lunged at them. Peter was yelling something, so I thought he was bound. These shots were whizzing past as I charged at them, but nothing hit me. Then I got stuck in. They outnumbered them. In the end, I took a blow to the head.
What happened after you were captured?
I was scared, shitless. I thought they were gonna kill me. One of them suggested just leaving me tied up in the woods or drowning me. But thankfully, Andrew disagreed. So they held me prisoner. I don't even know why.
And this Andrew and his soldiers, what were they doing here?
Andrew Ramhead, they called him. He had this handsome hammer, shaped like a ram it was. Their orders were to keep watch out here. They had their own idea. They fleeced wayfarers, merchants, local. They often grumbled that the army was, but if you ask me, they more than made up for it on the side. They even...
What are you gonna do now?
Oh, I don't know. Same as before, I suppose. There's nothing to keep us here, but I can see Peter and me. I mean, it's nice here, and the village is protected by a strong fortress. It's a good place, if you never know. I might find myself a piece of land, or marry into some. See you soon, my friend.
Oh, Christ.
Quick! Go! Quick! Go!
Jesus Christ! Which way are you going?
Good evening to you.
I heard you bought a Thunderstone from Andrew Ramhead. Is that so?
Well, it is. What's it to you?
Andrew Ramhead took it from Hensel from Rabors, who in turn stole it from Tomlin Brookhans down Horshan Way.
And? I don't know those people. Even if it's true, I knew nothing about it. I bought the stone fair and square, and for good money. My husband's gravely ill and nothing's helping. The stone is to heal him.
And what ails your husband?
Peter went to lie down one afternoon and he hasn't budged since. He's not eating, and he's barely talking to anyone. What's worse, soon after he took ill, a Minerva owl
A Minerva owl? I assume that doesn't bode well, does it?
No, not at all. An owl on your roof means death is closing in. That's why I need the stone. If it weren't for the stone, I'm sure Peter would be gone by now.
So am I to understand that if your husband heals, you won't need the stone?
Well, a stone like this is a precious thing.
But you bought it to save your husband.
That may be, but I'll not be wanting to lose that.
How about this? I'll try to help your husband, and if I succeed, you'll gift me the stone.
Why would I do that? The stone is bound to help him.
What if the power of the stone brought me here to help your husband?
I hadn't thought of it like that.
So, how about we make a deal?
All right, but only if you help him.
Of course. I'll take a look at him and see what I can do.
And please hurry. With that owl and everything, I'm quite sure the Reaper's nearby. You'll find Peter in his room.
All right. I'll take a look at him and see if there's anything I can do. It's usually a good idea to speak to others who are close to the sufferer. That may be able to explain a few, especially if the patient himself isn't very communicative.
Aha. I see you really have done this before. I'm starting to believe that stone really did draw you. So, ask around on the farm if you need to.
Perfect. I'll get on with it. And I'd better check the whole room.
Do whatever it takes to help Pete.
Can you think of something that might help me heal it? Anything?
I can't. I'm desperate myself. I've tried just about everything. Peter is just an ordinary Cooper. We've lived here for years. We go to church. My husband doesn't travel outside the village often. This last time he had some business in Bechgau, but he came back empty-handed. Breathless and confused. He was fumbling around here for a few days, not doing his job, just spending time, and then he went to bed. And since then, he's just been lying there. He doesn't sleep a wink at night. If I stopped sleeping too, our homestead would fall apart.
I'll ask him why he can't sleep. What's tormenting him?
Try that. He won't speak to me about any. It's as if he was keeping secrets from me. Or, God be with you, sir.
Greetings.
I offered Malada to try and cure Peter. Can you think of anything that might help?
I already gave the women some advice, but...
What did you tell them?
To put Peter in a dark room, because speaking to him makes it worse. But most importantly, they should get some vinegar and salt and rub it on the soles of... Then they should mix mallow, linseed, bran, and a pinch of salt, strain that through a cloth, and then all they have to do... Finally, they need to cut open a black chicken along its backbone and put it on Peter's forehead. But before that, they'll have to shave his head. Peter is going mad, and this is the only...
Cut open a black chicken and put it on his forehead? Seems to me that you're the one that's going mad.
Trust me, this is the only thing that's good. Simply put, Peter...
Do you have any idea how it...
Well, I know he was headed to Colin on business, but he never made it there. He came back all red, couldn't breathe, as if he was being hanged. I wouldn't be surprised if some bandit grabbed him by the throat along...
I'll ask him if he was attacked.
That would be my guess. And why else would he be looking for weapons? He's afraid.
Oh well.
God! Quick!
Take a good look at this man.
Whoa!
Let it be over with. Damn it.
Peter, my name is Henry. I'm here to help you.
Another poor bloke that's to deal with me, as if Marder didn't have enough on her plate already.
I'll try to figure out what's wrong with you. Don't be alarmed. I need to take a closer look. Let's see. No swelling. No cancer on the skin. Does this hurt?
Nothing hurts.
Your palms are cold. Your muscles are tense. And your heart's pounding so hard you could hear it all the way to Prague. You seem like you're ready to fight. Or flee.
They're getting close now.
Who is?
The soldiers. Sigismund's men.
Well, physically, you seem fine, Peter. It's strange.
I'm a weakling. A weakling.
When you went to Pechkow on business, did anything happen to you on the way? Did you get attacked?
I got away from them.
Well, there aren't any signs of a brawl on your body, but you look as if someone was choking you right now. I can see the veins on your neck pulsing.
Sigismund. He's the one who's got me by the throat.
What do you mean?
Soon he'll send his army here to crush us, just like in Opatovitz. When I saw what happened there, they didn't stand a chance.
Did they have a fortress in Opatovitz?
No.
But you do have one here.
That doesn't mean anything. They'll only lay siege for us longer, and we'll die slower.
I don't think I can convince you otherwise. I'll examine you. Just by eye. Pale skin. Dark circles under the eyes. A downcast expression on the face. I don't see any bruises. A few calluses and cuts on the hands. Nothing unusual for a craftsman after a hard day in the workshop.
I told you. I'm not in any pain. Just let me lie here.
Irritability. No foul odor. Bodily humours aren't leaking. And you aren't bleeding.
But I will, when Sigismund's horde gets here.
Why would Sigismund attack Suchtal?
He does as he pleases. You have no idea how many villages he's plundered already.
I reckon attacking a village protected by a fortress is the last thing Sigismund would want to do now.
The fortress is what's bothering him. That's why he'll destroy it. And us with it.
I don't know about that. What are your nights like? Mladza said you don't sleep much.
I just stare at the wall. I try to sleep during the day. But it's not much better.
Well, it's certainly no fever or pain that's ailing you. I assume it's dark thoughts that keep you up at night.
I can't fall asleep. Because of all the noblemen who keep coming to Lord Pisek's fortress. I'm always hearing hoofbeats. And they startle me.
So Lord Pisek likes to host nobles at his fortress? What's so unusual about that?
And what do you think they're doing here, eh? Preparing for war. That's what.
If Lord Pisek was about to go to war, he'd be gathering a lot more men here than a couple of nobles.
Folk ought to be scared to leave the village. Mezoles is gone. And when I saw Opatovitz, Suchtal is next. I'm sure of it.
What am I going to do with you, Peter? There's nothing wrong with you physically, so it must be an ailment of the soul. The chamomile decoctions will help calm your mind, but you'll have to change your diet as well, so you don't just drink potions. And last but not least, some words of encouragement wouldn't be amiss. You'll be back on your feet in no time. I'll get things ready and be back soon. Peter, let's talk about how we can help you. I have some suggestions for
I'm listening.
You should drink the chamomile decoction.
Great. Another potion.
This one will help you sleep. Once your body gets used to sleeping at night and staying awake during the day, you'll feel much better. You'll see. Proper sleep will chase away the gloom. And if restlessness tries to take hold of you again, your body will have the strength to fight it. Every morning you'll be stronger and stronger until you're able to work again.
We'll see about that.
You need to start eating again, even if you don't have an appetite. First, ask Mlada to get you some honey and add it to your gruel.
You think some honey is gonna save me?
It'll give you stamina without irritating your stomach, first of all. But you have to admit Mother Nature has it well thought out. Where bloodwort helps with bleeding and feverfew with fevers, honey coats your humours so that they can't get out of balance so easily. Any melancholia wanting to take hold of you would have to make its way through thick honey, so it could hardly get from your stomach to your head. Soon you'll be as busy as a bee again, and getting on swimmingly. Which brings me to my next piece of advice. Start eating fish more regularly. Some nice fatty ones, ideally. Fat in the belly will surely stop gloom from getting through. Same as with the honey.
I suppose that makes sense.
A bit of prayer won't hurt. Lord, have mercy on Peter here, and lift from him the weight of his affliction. For you have laid upon him this affliction to try him. And you see that Peter, O Lord, endures your trial patiently and without contradiction. Unless you, O Lord, relieve Peter of his illness, no physician in the world can. I beg of you, O Lord, heal his soul and let his body once again find its lost balance. Amen.
Amen.
Listen, Peter. I know you're worried about the army that's passing through the country. I'm not much of a speaker, but let me tell you something from the heart. If you're scared of Sigismund's soldiers, trust me when I tell you, when it comes down to it, it ends up being a one-on-one fight. And you'd be surprised how much strength and courage you can find when you're backed into a corner. So don't run from your fear. Laugh in its face instead.
I'm not worried about myself. I'm worried about Mlada.
Then keep reminding yourself of that. Look at me, a blacksmith's son. Why do you think I am who I am now? Because I decided I'll never turn my back on my loved ones again.
You're right. I mustn't leave Mlada to fend for herself.
Don't run from the fight. Especially the one going on inside your head. Well then, I've tried my best, and I hope it's helped at least a little. I'll come back in a few days and see how you and Mlada are doing.
Greetings.
Bloody war's all we need. Our fields are ravaged, our barns are empty, all our ale's gone.
And the women folk to be a straw.
Aye, aye.
Sigismund's lounging about in the...
Welcome, sir.
I examined Peter, found out what I could, and tried to cure him. I'll come back to see you in a few days. Until then, it's hard to say how things will turn out.
Thank you. I'll pray for you and for Peter's recovery.
Besides praying, you can brew up some of the chamomile decoction. It's made of wine, chamomile, and sage. You boil the ingredients briefly, then strain. It's not difficult, and even if you don't do it exactly right, it'll still help Peter.
I'll learn how to do it. Thank you very much, Henry. I hope things turn out all right. See you soon, my friend.
Are you going to do what we talked about?
Ka! Ka! Quick! Go! Quick! Go!
Praise be Jesus Christ, young man. I'm sorry to bother you, but I must stop you for a moment. Can I have a word?
What do you want from me?
I'm the royal collector, and I want you to pay your duty.
What duty?
The king's duty. Now come here and don't delay. What are you still waiting for? Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Matthew, the king's chief customs collector. I collect dues on trading routes.
Ah, I've been looking for you.
Is that so? Why would that be?
The Dry Devil sent me.
That old bastard is still alive. I thought he'd been executed a long time ago.
He's free again, thanks to us. He's getting his old band together, so they sent me looking for you.
That's so very sweet of him. So he whistles and I should come running to him like...
So, you don't want to come back then?
For the record, I have nothing against the devil, but I don't want to stick my neck out for fuck all anymore. I'm doing well for myself as my own master.
Don't you miss the Devil's Pack? Kubienka is still talking about the old days.
I like to think of them sometimes too, but I don't miss them. None of them really know why they're with the devil anyway. Most of them just don't have anything else to do. If the devil reigns, they would just drink themselves to death or kill each other. At least I know what I want.
And you're content with robbing poor souls by the road?
Ah, you are quite wrong there. I'm a customs collector, and it's still better than being with the devil.
The devil and Zizka have a higher purpose. We fight for our rightful king.
How? By capturing nobles and then demanding money for their release. We gutted their people, and they gutted us. But only the devil got the money and the glory. What the fuck is noble about that?
You don't understand. How could you? The devil is a nobleman. Things are dealt with differently by them.
That's rich coming from you. Anyway, you can tell the devil that I thank him for his offer, but after careful consideration, I'm choosing to be a free tradesman.
Well, all right.
Since you're already here, did you pay the duty?
What are you talking about? What duty?
What do you think? To the king! I am His Majesty's Chief Customs Collector.
Aye, and I'm Emperor Charles.
So where's the payment? A royal customs collector's time is precious.
What customs collector? You're just a bandit.
Peace all difference. Those who have, give. Those who don't, take. Cough up!
I'm not giving you anything.
We'll take it ourselves then.
That's a very poor decision. Have you grown tired of living?
You don't know who you're dealing with.
I could say the same thing.
Fuck! You know what? Forget it.
Happily.
I'm not heartless either, just so you know. If you want to learn something for the right price, I'll teach you.
All right. How can I find you?
We camp in the woods by the hill near Visoka. It will probably take you a while to find it first. Now get out of here. And give my regards to the devil. Or maybe not.
I'd like to learn...
What do you want to know?
Ja! Quick! Go! 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 Ka! Quick!
Threw me out. But it was just a simple misunderstanding.
Bollocks, a misunderstanding. You made a fool of yourself, more like.
What am I supposed to do then?
You should go and see the priest. Nobody else can help you.
Oh, I, the priest. How could I have forgotten about him? Maybe because I don't think he'll be able to solve my problem.
Heartfelt prayer saved entire masses of Jews, and Jonah from the whale. So don't tell me it can't help with a little thing like yours.
A little thing? So you're insulting me too now?
Sorry. I didn't mean it.
Quick!
Whoa! Whoa!
Quick!
I can't go any further. It's too deep.
can look at whoever I want to. I mean, look at her tits, eh?
Come on out, fucker.
Now you're gonna get it.
I'll hack your ass off.
Fucking bastard!
Fuck you.
I'll be done with you in a flash.
Take that. Stop beating him.
Not.
Shouldn't have fucked with me.
Весело тут.
How can I help you, sir?
What's going on around?
Martha, the wife of our blacksmith here, she arranged a job for her old man, but he doesn't like it. And it's a pity you weren't here earlier. There was a fight.
Some drunks had a fight.
No, that's just the point. A bunch of brutes laid into a... If I hadn't called the bailiff, he could have ended up a lot.
And you don't know why they beat him up?
You'll have to ask him yourself. He wouldn't tell me anything. He acted like nothing had happened.
And who was the lad?
A hired hand from Visoka, a village up the hill. I think his name is Pavel.
And what was the lad's name? Pavel?
Yes, Pavel. He's a hired hand in
Thanks.
There are also bands of vagrants wandering around here, so something will definitely happen.
Right here?
Not yet, but people are already afraid to stick their noses out at night, especially after that fight with them.
What happened?
They were acting like they owned the place, drinking and eating like pigs. Our lads told them politely to take a walk, and they did too. And what did the bailiff do? Not a thing. So now the lads are practicing fighting with their bare hands, so it won't happen again. And we're still getting robbed by that. The bailiff is looking for someone to get rid of this mangy band, even though there's a bounty on his head. Here and in Sukh, and that's about...
Sounds interesting. The bailiff doesn't know anything about the...
He suspects something. That's why he often sits in here and listens to all...
Could I take part in these?
But of course. My son runs them. He's the strongest one here, and he loves... If you beat that lout, I'll give you something on the tavern.
Why not try it? We can start right away.
They meet in the pen behind the inn, so they won't be seen. Tell them I sent you, but don't let the bailiff catch you.
I know about your son already, but tell me about the others.
They're hired hands, just like him. Venza is the son of a farmer, and Pascal is from the blacksmith.
I'm certain I'll get on with Pascal. We're in the same trade.
You're a blacksmith too? Well, that'll be a right hammering then.
Thanks. That'll be all. What's going on?
I haven't, and you won't.
I'll have a look. I'd like to do something...
I'm glad you found what you were looking for, sir.
I'm sorry.
What would you like?
What's going on?
I haven't heard... And you...
God bless.
Everything here myself.
Pretzels here!
I heard about the local fight club. You're one of the members, aren't you?
If you have to ask. But if you don't plan on taking part,
The innkeeper sent me. He said I could.
aha. Well, that's another story.
Should we go and bash each other's teeth in?
Why wouldn't we? How about a little wager to spite?
That sounds good.
Now that's more interesting.
Jesus! I'm hurt!
Is that all you've got? Is that all you've got? Is that all you've got?
Well, you surprised me.
It was a good fight. Thanks for it.
You gave me a proper thrashing. But Pascal will straighten you. You deserve this.
You know it. What brought you to fight?
Well, I don't rightly know. It seems better than drinking or whoring around.
Oh, so girls and drinking aren't your thing?
Not really. I'm happier at the forge.
The bailiff doesn't like the fighting much. Why don't you just stop fighting?
I'd stop going right away. But Marcus always drags us into it, and if someone doesn't feel like it, he tells everyone what a chicken he is.
You're just asking for trouble.
Do you think so? Try to tell Marcus that. It's all his idea.
Should we fight?
That's why you're here, isn't it? Now we just need to bet.
Here it is.
Thanks. Now let's see some teeth flying.
Вот это было близко. Чуть не проиграл. А сейва нет.
Well, I can see I'm better off use at the forge.
Oh, come on. You're strong. The rest can be learned.
Here you go. I hope it comes in handy. I'm sorry. Good day to you.
Greetings.
You can't be serious. Just last year I bought it for half the price.
Pancakes.
That's possible.
Cabbage
Take it or
flatbread.
leave it.
Fresh.
Is it really
cabbage
proper for a
flatbread.
Christian? Rob a fellow Christian.
Shall we fight?
No need to ask twice. And how about a bet?
I agree.
I'll take it. Now say...
You're boring me.
Don't laugh too hard. I'll wipe that smile off your face. Come and get it. Keep flopping around. It's not going to help you. Useless! Keep flopping around. It's not going to help you. Keep flopping around. It's not going to help you. Wanker! Don't laugh too hard. I'll wipe that smile off your face. Too slow! Come and get it.
You fucker!
Keep flopping around. It's not going to help you. Come and get it.
Еще один близкий бой. Блин, как они перехватывают, интересно, удары. Может, я тоже так умею. Мне бы такое не помешало. Хотя я пока и так справляюсь.
Where'd you learn that?
I learned from experience. It hurts, sometimes a lot. But it keeps you on your toes at least.
Aye, I get you. I concede. Here you go. And don't forget to go and see Father. He always has some kind of reward for...
опять придется тратить мой настой.
What do you need?
I defeated your fighters.
I heard. Your reward is well deserved. Oh, and by the way, the hired hands in Horshan also enjoy similar pastimes. And I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard there's some dive in Kuttenberg where people batter just for coin.
I agree. Maybe I'll see it with my own two eyes someday. What's going on around?
I haven't heard of, and you won't find...
Опять мыться, опять стирать. Хотя не стирать, наверное, не надо. Учитывая, что я в портках дрался. А нет, все-таки надо. А, это ж я стирал один сет, а это второй. Что тут еще у них есть интересного?
God grant you help. What are you here for?
What's new around here?
That soldier who recently offered us work comes. He was looking for a blacksmith and saying some pretty. I don't want to get involved with any soldiers, but if you really need money, alas, that's all I know.
All right, thank you.
Great. Happy to be of service. Take care, sir.
What do you have? Let's talk about the... Here.
Many thanks. I'm glad you found what you were looking for, sir.
God be with you.
You look troubled. Is there anything I can help?
You're very kind, but I need someone who knows their way around a smith. I need to get a few horseshoes made and deliver them. They were supposed to be done yesterday.
Oh, great. It just so happens I'm a blacksmith, and I'd be glad to help you.
Really? Oh, then you've been sent from heaven.
So, how many of those horseshoes do you need?
Well, if you manage to make horseshoes for 2 horses, I'd be forever grateful to you. I'll pay, of course. Farewell, sir.
I heard there's a bounty on that bandit.
Not so much on him. More like the book that he stole recently. They say it was a rare manuscript for Sedlet's monastery, which is willing to pay handsomely. Why do you ask?
I've already had the honor with him.
And would you help me with him? You just have to catch him and bring me that blasted book.
And what was the book that he stole?
A rare manuscript, they say. And that's all we're meant to know.
And where does Matthew rob?
Along the roads between here, Vysoka, and Miskovitz.
How big is the reward for them?
You won't believe it, but I hear it's more than 1,000 gross.
I'll do it.
Glad to hear it. So, if you find him, don't forget.
I understand. Did the humans attack Miskovitz? Are they causing you problems?
Thank God, no. And I'd like it to stay that way.
And how'd you get along with them?
As best we can. And we can count our blessings that our village belongs. Sigismund thinks quite highly of the abbot, and explicitly prohibited his people from pillaging the monastery's prop.
Do you have problems with robbers? I expect it's not completely safe on.
Unfortunately, you're right. But that wasn't the case not too long ago. Nobody would even dare fart around Kutenberg without the nobility. It's no use talking.
If you have any problems with robbers, I'll be happy to help you.
Thanks so much for the offer. But first, I have to convince the abbot to offer some...
What do you know about the Devil's Den?
Why do you ask? Did something happen? Were you robbed there?
Does that tavern have a good reputation?
Its name speaks for itself. All kinds of scum from the area gather there. I even heard the good-for-nothing Hinnik of Kunstadt goes there. The one they call the Dry Devil.
Really?
Take it from me. If I were you, I'd keep well away from that den.
Just a bit more, and I'll be done. That looks good. Now just to temper it.
What a day.
I've almost got it done.
Третья подкова это уже для меня. Не знаю, что там по статам. Точнее, для моей сивки.
Well, I'm about half done.
Интересно. Рыцарские подковы не отличаются от подковы шляхтича. Ладно. Обидно, досадно, но ладно.
Here are those horseshoes. 2 sets, just as we agreed.
Let's see them then. These will do just fine. Such a young, hard-working, talented fella you are. Too bad I'm not a few years younger.
You mentioned something about payment?
Here you go. You won't buy a castle for it, but good work calls for good pay. Now someone just needs to bring the horseshoes to Victoria. Would you do that for me? This backache of mine.
Who's this Victoria?
A girl from the village. She's a bit different. But deep down, a good girl.
Different? What do you mean?
She's had a hard life. Her husband died of the plague a while back, and now she's all alone. She does odd jobs for the villagers here to make a living. Why would I drag myself up that hill when she's got young legs and...
Fine. Which house does she?
It's not far at all. Just cross the stream and you're there. Farewell, my friend.
Victoria, I bought you horseshoes from Martha. Victoria? You here?
Конечно, ее дома нет. Это было бы слишком легко. Блин, как я кровь не заметил, капец.
Christ, so much blood. What happened here? I have to tell Martha.
Нож и кровь.
I brought Victoria those horseshoes, and I think something's happened to her.
What? What do you mean?
The house was empty, and in the hearth room next to the bed, I found a puddle of blood. It hadn't even dried yet.
Jesus Christ! What if she's been...
It might not be too late. Do you have any idea?
I don't know. Really? Oh, how horrible!
Did Victoria have problems with anyone from the village? Did anyone want to hurt her?
No, definitely not. Good God. She was... I mean, she is a good... Although...
Can you think of anyone?
Sometimes there's talk about how she lives alone and...
Why would anyone be bothered about how Victoria makes her living? As long as she's not stealing, she can do whatever she wants, right?
Well, not everyone was happy that she brings our goods up to the camp. Once, someone even drew something very ugly on our door because... But what's that poor girl supposed to do without a man? There's a war, and we all need to make a living somehow.
Who did she go and see at the camp? Who might know more about her?
Mainly their blacksmith. She brings goods up there every 2 or 3 days. He's certain to remember her. So tell them at the gate that you're bringing something from the smithy. They'll let you in.
Who's bothered by her living alone? Whose business is that?
Things are a little different, you see. She lost her husband some time ago. A young widow, actually. A pretty young widow. Naturally, a few fellas were fawning over her. There was one in particular, but he got the boot, just like all the others. But he'd never hurt her. He might be a loudmouth, but he's harmless.
Who's this mystery man, then?
I won't say. If word got out that I accused someone, we might...
I'm not about to go blabbing about it in the tavern. I just need to know where to start looking for Victoria.
Fine. But you didn't hear this from me. Farmer Kuba was pretty keen on her. And he wasn't going to give up easy. Last time, he tried to flatter her by giving her a headscarf. But Victoria knew it had belonged to his dead wife. So she told him to sod off. The whole village was laughing at him. He's a bitter old man. But would he hurt her? I don't think so.
Huh? Jealousy's a powerful thing, though.
Well, that's true, too. So go and ask him yourself. He lives with his children and his housekeeper in that he's always wearing a bright red coat and a hat with a feather in it. You're certain not to miss him, but not a peep about what I told you.
Don't worry. I'll take that secret to the grave. Is there anything else you can think of before I go?
I've already told you everything I know. Now hurry up!
You're Cuba, the farmer, right?
Aye, I am.
I'm looking for Victoria, and I thought you might know where to find her.
Why should I, of all?
I hear you were quite fond of her.
Who told you that?
But she sent you packing. In front of half the village.
Birds have been twittering, have they? Her husband wasn't the only one taken by the Black Death. So I thought to myself, enough time has passed. I tried. She wasn't interested. End of story.
Does she have friends here? Who does she talk with in the...
Mainly with Martha, the blacksmith's wife. But all she did was use Victoria to...
Oh, I've spoken to Martha, and it seems she's genuinely worried about Victoria.
Worried about her? Why?
Victoria's missing. And there's a puddle of blood at her house.
I reckon someone was jealous of them soldiers she hangs around with.
You can't be serious. She could be injured somewhere, or even worse. And you're glad?
What goes around comes around. I have a clean conscience. To hell with that silly goose.
Why don't you just admit the girl was a real thorn in your side? And that you were jealous as hell? An old dog wanted some young meat, but ended up with a nibble, eh?
Listen, you prick. What the fuck are you trying on me? Who the hell do you think you are? You'd better take that back.
You're pissed off that she preferred someone else over you, eh? You waited for her, and...
Enough! You've been asking for a beating, so here it comes! Now you're gonna get it! Mercy! Spare me!
So, had enough already?
Yeah. Just leave. And I really don't know anything of it. Maybe she just decided village life wasn't for her, so...
What soldier? You telling me this now?
I heard someone came across her up there in the forest while she was having a rendezvous with some fella from the camp. But I really don't know any.
All right. I'll ask in the camp then.
Oi, you! Come here! Where do you think you're going?
Into the camp, of course.
Oh, aye. They can't wait to see you. Look here. No strangers are allowed in.
Why don't we make a deal? I'd like to take a walk around your camp, but my purse is really...
Oh. If it's too heavy for you,
Here you are.
But don't draw attention to yourself. And if anyone stops you, we never saw each other.
Crystal clear.
What? You're covered in...
Would you help me out? I'm looking for someone.
That depends. Who are you looking?
Victoria. A girl from Miskovitz. They send her up here with goods from the...
You'll have to ask the blacksmith. The smithy is opposite the entry. If you don't see it, you'll hear it at least.
Thanks a lot. I'll ask him.
Take care, friend.
Where it's always night and green stars shine in the sky. There, I saw some strange water monks who had fins instead of legs and fleshy cows on their heads. If you want to hear more... Good day to you.
Does the name Victoria mean anything to you?
No. Should it?
She's a girl from Miskowitz. I heard she comes up here to sell things.
Ah, I know who you mean. Aye. There's a girl who shows up here every... I'm no good with names, but Victoria sounds familiar.
Who did she know best around here?
She got along with the merchants, but I'd say she fancied Black the most.
Who?
A soldier from the provisioning. I'd say her business dealings were more...
Where can I find this soldier?
He's lying in the infirmary. He's got guttache. And she...
Thanks. I'll go and look for it. What do you have?
I'm glad you found what you were looking for, sir. What are you here?
What do you have?
I was glad to be of help to you, sir.
Hey, it's you! That fella from Nebba! I don't believe it! Well, come here before I call the guard.
Tell me, what do you want?
It's you. Christ, seriously?
What? You got me mixed up with...
How's it possible? We smashed you to smithereens. Boom!
Did you hear what I said? That wasn't me.
We killed you. All of you. Boom. That was that.
What the hell are you talking about?
Everything blown sky high. People screaming. Trying to defend themselves. You tried to defend yourself. But we hit you too. Those infernal cannon shots.
Damn. The fella has lost his marbles. Listen, you madman. It wasn't me, all right? What do you want from me?
I've got to get out of here. Have you been past the smithy? Boom. 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 You've got coin. I saw you at the gate. Give it to me, or I'll tell everyone. I can't get away from here without coin. I can't sleep.
What am I supposed to pay you for? If I was you, I'd forget you ever saw me, and thank God you're still...
No! Don't hit me! Go! I won't say anything.
Good afternoon.
I heard you have some work for a black...
I do. But you'd have to manage more than pounding iron. How important is it for you when working to not...
Let's just say I sometimes get a little dirt under my nails, if you get my meaning.
Very good. Let's cut to the chase then. I need you to bring me something. So that the owner of that thing, interested...
Fine. I'm in. What's involved?
As I said, I need you to bring me something.
Yeah, I understand that. But what do I have to get, and from where?
Basan. one of the cumin dogs around here, has recently acquired a very lovely sword. He got it as ransom for some knight he took captive during the conquest of... You yourself must admit that such a weapon has no business being in the filthy... Now if I had a sword...
But humans aren't pagan.
What are you saying?
I'm telling you. They're Christians, just like you and me. Did you ever speak with them?
Do you think I understand their tongue? And that doesn't change anything anyway. I want that sword and that's the end of it.
So what, do you need a blacksmith?
You know, I'd hate for Bassan to notice his sword is gone. Can you imagine what that cumin vermin... Well, if you could get a good look at it, you could bring it to me and leave Bassan with a replica.
A replica?
Of course. Made of some soft iron. With coloured glass in... Bassan won't notice the difference anyway.
Where can I find this bastard?
Here in the camp, naturally. You'll go to the tournament enclosure, and on the left, behind it, you'll find his tent.
That sounds fairly easy.
That may be, but you don't need to dawdle. And watch out for Bassan. Farewell, sir.
What's the hold up? Am I supposed to open... my map to wait for it to rain?
I'm sorry?
Nice sword. I'm not surprised they're fighting over it. To make the same might be easy.
Excuse me.
Greetings.
What do you have?
Why are you wasting my time if you don't want anything?
What would you like?
Show me your work. Word about the... Satisfied?
Look. I hope you'll be satisfied, my friend.
God, that's not good. Well, I've got half finished.
Innkeeper, a beer!
This'll be done in no time. Now I just have to temper it.
What do you need?
Word about the...
Well...
Do you accept?
That sounds... I was glad to be of help to you, sir. Come and hear something, you...
back that dog!
Tűnés! Most azonnal! Ne gyere vissza, te szar!
Sit.
Go back
Stay.
down!
Get out of here, mutt! No one wants to hear your bark!
It's done. No one will ever know it's a replica.
So we don't have to bring the surgeon.
Don't look him in the eyes.
Careful!
I brought you that sword.
And what about Basan? Did you leave a replica in it?
Of course. Everything is taken.
Fantastic. Hurry up.
Here you go.
The Absolver. It's finally mine. Isn't it beautiful?
Very. But now, about my reward.
What? Ah, you are right. Well, here is your reward, just as we agreed.
Thank you very much. And if you ever have any more work for...
I'd rather not, friend. Just to be on this. Take care. Farewell.
Так, ладно. На этом я все-таки остановлюсь, потому что никак не могу оторваться. Одно задание перетекает в другое. Хочется выполнить поскорее. Ну, что ж, тут, конечно, в этом Кутнегорском направлении, как оно там, Кутнегорский край, кажется. В общем, хватает тоже заданий. Это я еще в самом главном городе не был. Там вообще, наверное, на каждом шагу будет. Ну, мне пока даже вот эта вторая карта, эти миссии на второй карте, даже как-то больше нравится. Более изобретательно, что ли. Не так весело, конечно, там, как некоторые миссии на первой локе. Но и не скучно особо. Так что спасибо всем за просмотр. Надеюсь, вы тоже кайфуете от происходящего. Смотреть, конечно, это хорошо, но, опять же, советую вам, если есть возможность, поиграть. Хотя бы в первую часть. Потому что такие игры выходят крайне редко. На таком высоком уровне. Вот теперь все. Берегите себя и до новых встреч. Пока.